Okay, Doug. Okay. Ricky, Adrian. Okay, let's have a word of prayer. Get today started. Adrian, turn around, please. Let's pray. Father, thank you for another day. Thank you for the day off that we had yesterday and just the whatever we were doing, whatever we got done. Thank you for the opportunity to do those things, and even if it was just to relax. Thank you for that opportunity that we had. Help us now as we continue on with this week, as we're down the back side of the week and looking forward to the weekend, and help us just to stay focused on our tasks today. Be with those that aren't here today, that you will just help them in their endeavors today. Bring them back as soon as possible, tomorrow or Monday, whatever the case may be. We thank you, Father, for everything and what you're going to do for us today. In thy precious name, amen. Okay, before we start, Adrian, before we start, announcement twofold. Okay, for those that signed up for the tryouts, Christmas play tryouts, you are to meet with Mrs. Larson at Spanish time at 1:40 out at the picnic tables, right?
Wait, Mr. Brown, I have a quick question.
Lelina, the tables, right?
Yes.
Picnic, okay.
That's
I
twice
don't know
now.
if she's talking about the ones that are in the library or the ones upstairs.
Okay. I don't know. Maybe up here. I don't know. Okay. Anyway, you're meeting with Mrs. Hey, you're meeting with Mrs. Larson at one of the groups of picnic tables. I'm not sure which. Then, I'm assuming also on Friday. Also on Friday at 1:45, you're having your tryouts. I don't know what, or if you're going to need both days or not. So, we changed it to today because you don't have Spanish class today, but you have it tomorrow. So I'm trying to help you out in that regards. Okay. So now,
Is the Christmas play thing gonna usually take over like Spanish time?
I don't know when they're doing it.
Wait, what picnic is
Actually, I think she was talking about the PE time, which would be the 2:05 hour. So that would be practice time. I don't know how that's going to work, but anyway. That's another thing I got to ask. Let me ask that first. What, you guys got a game today?
No, it got canceled.
Okay, so, but you have practice?
Yes.
Okay. But you have girls or boys?
Both games got canceled.
Tomorrow.
Do you guys know if it's
Oh,
gonna
tomorrow we have it. Both of them have.
Double tomorrow?
Yeah.
Okay. Where are you going tomorrow?
We're playing Yosemite, but I think we're playing. I think we're playing at my house.
No, we're playing at Long Beach.
Oh, we're playing Long
We're playing Long Beach and our game starts at 7.
Yeah, what's the schedule?
First Baptist?
No, we're playing Yosemite.
We're playing Yosemite
Oh, okay.
and First
But
Baptist.
Yosemite is borrowing Long Beach's gym.
And what time's the game?
The game is at like 7:10.
And we're eating on the way there. They gave us flyers.
So you,
We didn't get the flyers.
okay. Okay.
Mr. Brown, I'm
Are you interested? You can't. I was gonna say, are you interested in basketball? But not with that. You can't. Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna write on the board so that.
Okay. Okay. What was your question? DLs, bear with me just a little bit. We're trying to get some things settled here. What was your question? What was your question? Did you have a question? You just have to miss those classes if you leave early. What time were you leaving early? What time were you leaving? Oh, yeah, you just have to miss it or whatever. Nothing we can do about those things. Have to work around it. Okay. Quiet, please. Well, it was going pretty good until no cooperation, so now it's starting to head down. Now it's starting to head down, Doug. Douglas. Girls. Okay. Ricky. Thank you. Okay, so you guys have practice, so that answers my question, what I need to do at the end of the day. Okay. Shh. We read some verses the other day, and lengthy, but let's go back and read those, okay? Because it's been a couple days. Okay. Starting with Proverbs 28:12 to 23, girls. Shh. Says, when righteous men do rejoice, there is great glory. But when the wicked rise, a man is hidden. He that covereth his sins shall not prosper, but whosoever confesseth and forsaketh them shall have mercy. Happy is the man that feareth always, but he that hardeneth his heart shall fall into mischief. As a roaring lion and a raging bear, so is a wicked ruler over the poor people. The prince that wanteth understanding is also a great oppressor. But he that hateth covetousness shall prolong his days. A man that doeth violence to the blood of any person shall flee to the pit. Let no man stay him or keep him. Whoso walketh upright shall be saved, but he that is perverse in his ways shall fall at once. He that tilleth his land shall have plenty of bread, but he that followeth after vain persons shall have poverty enough. A faithful man shall abound with blessings, but he that maketh haste to be rich shall not be innocent. To have respect of persons is not good, for a piece of bread that man will transgress. Shh. He that hasteth to be rich hath an evil eye, and considereth not that poverty, girls, shall come upon him. He that rebuketh a man afterward shall find more favor than he that flattereth with his tongue. So we talked about these questions. We'll just, since we're here, where shall wisdom be found, or what questions? The questions were asked, where shall wisdom be found? Okay, and we also asked in these questions, where is the place of understanding? So if you didn't get those down, okay? You still don't have your Bible, do you? Okay, it's ordered. Okay, so those are the two questions. Anybody still need those up? Okay. Now, in what three geographic areas did he conclude he would not find wisdom? We're looking at these three verses, 13, 14, and 15. 13 says, man knoweth not the price thereof, neither is it found in the land of the living. So, land of the living. Okay? Now, when I saw these questions, reading these verses, I was thinking, okay, geographic, but it's not talking about a city or anything. It's just talking about these types of categories. Okay? So the land of the living. Verse 14, the depth saith, it is not in me, and the sea saith, it is not with me. So, the depth, or the deeps, the sea area, okay? And that's also going to be the second part of verse 14. So you can't find wisdom, okay, in these categories, the land of the living, based upon this, based upon where it is. But on the other side, the positive side to that, you can find wisdom in the land of the living by those that are professing it. So this verse is basically saying of those that don't practice it, don't know it, don't do it. Okay? Number 3. So in what precious material resources did he conclude wisdom was not found? Verse 15, it cannot be gotten for gold, neither shall silver be weighed for the price thereof. So, gold and silver. Now, you've heard the expression, it's not wrong to desire to be wealthy. Okay? It's not wrong to have the money. It's what you do and your attitude about it. Okay? If you are wealthy and you let it be known that you're wealthy by pride, arrogance, then it becomes a wrong thing. But if you're wealthy, using it for God's glory, not promoting yourself in that realm, then it's okay. It's good because you are using what God has blessed you with. In verse 16, it cannot be valued with the gold of Ophir, right? With the precious onyx, or the sapphire. So, the gold of Ophir, onyx, and sapphire, some precious metals and gems. Wisdom can't be found. And a lot of times when this happens, someone wins the lottery, someone wins Publishers Clearinghouse sweepstakes, or whatever those big money givers are. Okay? What usually happens is that people aren't wise when they get it. Okay? Because they have it, therefore they want to spend it. Okay? And you've heard me often say that you get your first job. And by the way, I always got to say things when it comes to my mind, otherwise I'll forget about it. Because I've been forgetting about it all week long. Okay? Okay. The verse, there was a verse quiz. And catch that.
Oh, was.
Okay. Verse quiz this week was Proverbs 11:14. But because I did not tell you, and even though those in the classroom can see it up there on the board, DLs, I did not tell you, so I'm giving them the benefit of your doubt, okay, that there is no verse quiz tomorrow, okay, and if we don't finish our lesson, we'll just finish it tomorrow, okay. If we do finish it, then we'll have the lesson 8 worksheet, and I will send that to you. So, Lacey, Giselle, and Yuvia, I see you there. Good. Hopefully you got that word. Okay? So, again, no verse quiz tomorrow. I finally remembered it.
Great, now I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh wait, never mind. What was your first job? You were just talking about first job.
Okay.
It's a bird.
Okay. Okay. Shh. My thought before I interrupted it with my thought. My thought before I interrupted it with my thought. Yes. Can't you follow my Can't you follow my thinking? Okay? Come on. Stay with my thought pattern here. Come on. Okay? Let's see. This isn't Monday. This isn't Tuesday. Is this Friday? This is Friday because tomorrow's not going to come, right? Yeah. So today has got to be Friday. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Let me get my thoughts back. Okay. My thought before I thought about that. Shh. Hey, let me think, not you. I was talking about not mine. Hey, Gabby, Doug, not now. Not now. Thank you.
Are you kidding?
I know.
What do you like?
Okay. Okay. We were talking about, shh, Adrian, sit down. Adrian, have a seat. We were talking about wealth, okay? And a lot of times people that get the wealth don't know what to do with it. And so they go out and spend it because they have the money to do it, okay? And they don't plan ahead. They aren't wise with it. Shh, okay? Therefore, Gabby, as I was talking about, not my first job, but a lot of times anybody's first job, they get that first paycheck, okay? And a lot of times any paycheck that they get, they can't keep it, okay? They cash it, they put it in their pocket, and pretty soon that money dwindles away because they can't be wise with their money. This is where this is kind of the idea of what it's talking about. Having these, girls, doesn't give you wisdom. You won't find wisdom here unless you seek God first in it, okay? Verse 17, moving on from my thoughts, okay, to another thought. Verse This is just a thoughtful day. Oh my goodness. It's too early, huh?
Really? Your joke couldn't even be funny, but as long as you laugh at it, it's just so funny.
I know. That's what I thought.
It's more funny that you're laughing at your own joke than an actual joke sometimes.
I'm glad you're thinking like I am, okay? Okay. No, that was a thoughtful expression.
I can cross the road, get to the other side. It's not like we're all dying laughing.
Yeah. Well, it's funny to me. No one else?
I know, but your laugh makes it like 3 times more funny. It's like a joke is like, ah, that's pretty funny, and then you go, and it's like you're all dying.
Okay, moving on. Shh. The gold and the crystal cannot equal it, and the exchange of it shall not be for jewels or fine gold. Shh, Gabby. Therefore, gold, crystal, or that glass, jewels of fine gold are not where you're going to find wisdom, okay? Unless you have put God into the picture, okay? What? No, that was this one. Yeah. No, I did. I've had it on all period. So, thanks for paying attention. Okay. Okay. Avery. No growling at Lena, okay?
She was growling at me.
I know she was. She was looking right at you going, okay. At least that's what I thought. Okay. Verse 18. No mention shall be made of coral or of pearls, for the price of wisdom is above rubies. So where is wisdom not found? In corals, pearls, and rubies.
Like the diner.
Yeah. Okay, these are too easy for you guys. Well, I had 2 of those, sorry. Okay, verse 23. God understandeth the way thereof, and he knoweth the place thereof. Now, let's change the question. Maya, who is the only one who knows where wisdom is hidden? Obviously, God. Okay? So, it's not interesting, but if you take all those things where you can't find wisdom and narrow it down to one spot where wisdom is, see how simple it is? if we just do it for God. Okay? We don't have to search everything in the world to find the wisdom, Rick. We can just go to God, Gabby. Okay? Maybe, yeah, maybe I ought to switch the opinions. Okay?
Yes.
Okay?
The bro man. Bring Adrian over here.
But you know what? It's not going to matter. They're going to talk both sides of the room anyway. Okay?
Wait, no, Gabby, don't leave.
Okay?
Gabby, don't leave. Okay. Adrian, come over here. She ain't coming back though, right?
No, I need her.
Yeah.
Isn't there a song about she's not coming back?
There's probably coming around the mountain when she comes. No, give me your phone.
I got a new phone.
Gabby, you got something. Oh, she's clearly on her phone. Why'd she take your phone? She's on her phone. You gotta take it.
Okay. Sorry, D-Hells, we've had a pinya moment.
It's just one of those days lately.
We've had a pinya moment.
Gabby,
Okay.
Why is it so hot?
You know what,
Gabby, why'd you move?
Doug? Since we have now established, Elijah, it's not always this way, okay?
Yes, it is. Don't lie to him.
Shh. Hey, Avery, sit down. Since we have established that God is the proprietor of wisdom, 10th grade, Doug. Okay? Those of you that are being quiet, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Gabby, not you. Nope. Thank you. Those of you that are having a hard time not talking, get it under control. Gabby.
Throwing stuff.
Okay. Okay. So, since we found out that God is the proprietor of wisdom, that's where we can find it. Okay. Tomorrow, we're going to pick up where wisdom is found based upon scriptures. Okay? We are basically out of time. I mean, we got a few minutes, but we should be okay to finish this tomorrow. Okay? So, interesting day. Interesting Friday, because Friday's not going to come. Okay? Because tomorrow will be Saturday, because tomorrow never comes. So tomorrow would be Saturday, and Saturday's never going to come because tomorrow doesn't come. Therefore, today has got to be Friday, because tomorrow's Friday won't come. It's today. Okay? So, enjoy
Joy to the world.
your bottom part of the goodbye. Have a good day. Okay? Goodbye. See you at science time.
All I hear is like creepy singing. What the frick?
Hello, hey distance learners. Just so you know, if we have time today, we're going to review for our grammar test tomorrow. But if not, then I'll text you what you need to know. Also, please comment that you're on the stream today so I can take attendance. And then should be hopping back on. Yeah, we should have time today, so just stay on and then I'll hop back on here and then we'll review a little bit for our grammar test tomorrow. Not for this test, you don't.
No, I tried. No, she wasn't looking, so I was like, Ampus, look. I said, I have a test answer. She immediately looked up, and then she was like,
All right, guys, go to unit number 3, the paragraph on page number 7. Okay, make sure that you star this. Okay, star in your notes what the topic sentence is. Who remembers what the topic sentence is? Yes, Ricky. I will in a second, okay? Do you want to know what's on your test?
yeah.
Okay, so let me talk, okay? So, a topic sentence is the paragraph's first sentence which states the paragraph's main idea. You want to know what a topic sentence is? We're on page number 7. Okay, topic sentence. Then, if you guys go to page number 11, okay? Unity, you do want to know what unity is. That means unity means every sentence in the paragraph develops the idea, okay? We kind of already have gone through this even with descriptions. We want your paragraph to be unified, okay? That is what unity means, that every sentence in the paragraph develops the idea stated in the topic sentence. So topic sentence states the main idea. Unity is that the entire paragraph kind of makes sense with that topic sentence, okay? And then go to your outline on page number 30, or page number 31. Okay, who can tell me what the two kinds of outlines are? This is pretty simple.
Topical outline and a sentence outline.
Good. Topical outline and a sentence outline. One, it's pretty easy. The sentence outlines, the points are stated as what, class? In a sentence outline. Good. They're stated as sentences. Okay, a sentence outline. And then the topical outline, the points are stated as words or phrases. Okay, so those are just basically the two kinds of outlines. So just review, like I said, and then here, let me pull out some more so that I can tell you guys. Okay, just capitalization rules. All right, rules number, let's go to capitalization on page number 16. Okay, look on page 17, okay? You guys already did page 17 a while back. You just need to know what to capitalize. That's basically one section of the test. I'll give you two options. You need to choose the one that's capitalized correctly. If they're both capitalized incorrectly, it's neither. Okay, make sure you're watching for those. Then go to page number, Page number 3. Okay, page number 3. Manuscript form. Remember, we had kind of trouble with this on our first quiz with about abbreviations and how we need to, this is just dealing with manuscript form. So, who knows? Okay, make this true or false. Okay, abbreviations for well-known organizations are acceptable in formal writing. Is that true or false? True. Well-known organizations are acceptable for abbreviating, okay? Okay, so what about this? The titles Reverend and Honorable may be abbreviated if used with a last name. Is that true or false? False. When do I use? Good. Full name with abbreviations, okay? What happens if there's the word the in front of it? Good. If the word the is in front of Reverend and Honorable, you always spell it out, even if it is a full name, okay? What about this? In non-scientific writing, you spell out the numbers of one or two words. False?
Wait, in non-scientific or scientific?
In non-scientific writing, spell out the numbers of one or two words. It is true, okay? Sometimes we put 3 or fewer. That's not right. Remember, if it's like 501, that's 3 words. You would use numbers. But if it's 1 or 2, you can use numbers or figures, okay? Words such as president-elect should be divided at any pronounceable syllable. Where would I divide the words president-elect? Good, at the hyphen, okay? I would divide words like president-elect, self-government, okay? So literally all that you need to know is where you divide words for manuscript form, and then would I use figures or would I write out numbers like first or 52nd? Okay, I would use, yes, I would write them out or spell them out, okay? Then obviously capitalization. Capitalize, obviously, the first word in every sentence. Titles of works, underline. What do I underline? Good. What else do I underline? Ships. What? Yeah, underline. Underline or italicize the titles of books, magazines, plays, works of art, ships, trains, airplanes. Okay, no, it's pretty easy to remember. Okay, then you just have to put in quotations excerpts from long books. So basically, quotations is the little stuff that you would, like chapters, articles, okay? But long works, titles of things is what you would underline or italicize. Okay, what would I do or what would I use in between maybe like breaking off? In like what kind of punctuation would I use? So if I'm saying something, a dash. Good. So let's say I don't want any of, oh, all right, I'll try this. Okay, so that is a dash. Make sure you guys are setting your punctuation rules. Okay, then you're just finding subjects and verbs and complements. How do I find a complement within the sentence? Who knows?
Ask who or what with the subject and verb.
Good. Subject and verb. Then you ask who or what. So Avery went, or not, Avery played who or what. Shh. Avery is my subject, played is my verb. She played who or what? Basketball. Basketball is my complement, okay? All right, so make sure you guys know how that, and then know the differences between a sentence, fragments, and run-ons, okay? Obviously, run-ons are longer pieces of sentences. We already practiced that, so I'm not too worried about that for you guys. And then the kinds of sentence. What is the kind of sentence that makes a statement? Declarative. Make sure we're all paying attention. What kind of sentence asks a question? Good. What kind of sentence makes a request or gives a command? Imperative. Some of you guys put statement for imperative. Okay, that is wrong. Okay, declaratives make statements. Imperatives makes requests. Okay, it's like asking someone to do something. Okay, and then what shows sudden or strong feeling? Good, exclamatory. And then what I just told you guys, the kind of sentence that includes the main idea of the paragraph. Oh, also, arranging details of a paragraph. Give me the three kinds. One is chronological order. What's the next one? Or space order or order of importance. That was on one of our beginning quizzes, okay? Space order. That is on page number, where it talks about our paragraph on page number, sorry, let me try and find it. Page number page number 12, okay? Page number 12 in parity coherence. Arrange your details in chronological order, space order, or order of importance, okay? And then the two kinds of outlines. Then you need to know possessive, so like the singular possessive of words, plurals, plural possessive, and then diagramming. There's just two words to diagram, or two sentences to diagram, okay? Are there any questions? Nope. All right. Yes, Jesse. Sorry? On page number 7 for the paragraph structure. Then page number 12 for the paragraph where you need to organize paragraphs, which is chronological order, space order, order of importance. And then page number 31 for your outline, the two kinds of outlines. Sentence and topical, that's all you need to know, the differences between those. And then the kinds of sentences, we went over that this past week, but the different kinds of sentences is in unit number 9. So on page 63, the four kinds: declarative, imperative, interrogative, and exclamatory. And then sentences, fragments, and run-ons, just correcting those. So obviously, if it doesn't express a complete thought, then it's a fragment. If it's a complete thought, but it's like all together, it's a run-on. And then sentence, obviously, if it makes sense, the structure is good. Then subjects and verbs and complements, just finding the complement and underlining the subject and the verb. And then capitalization, punctuation, manuscript form, it's just basically correcting everything that needs to be corrected. Okay? And then also on page number 3 for where to divide words. So this section right here is just good to review. Okay? All right, are there any questions about the test tomorrow? No, ma'am. Sounds good. You guys are dismissed.
Yes, sir. COVID is not fake. Obviously, since people have died from it, so it's not fake. Is it as bad as some people have said? Possibly not, but it is definitely real. Who? Oh, bachelor. Yes, some people get more symptoms than others. Some people are asymptomatic, so you're not feeling it quite as much. Okay, but you can still affect others. Okay, shh, Isaac, that is your warning. Douglas and Derek, I've already given you one warning.
Okay, that was me. Actually, he didn't say anything.
Gabby, you as well. Okay, here we go. We're talking about Octavian. Avery, you're going to have to get the notes from someone else. Distant learners, make sure you're throwing your name in the chat so I know you're here. Sorry, I pressed it. It didn't turn on. You know, I really don't try to be your favorite teacher. All right, here we go. Shh. Quiet, quiet. Ooh. Why is that messed up? Quiet. Douglas, I'm going to move you. Okay, what is going on? Sorry, it's for distant learners. It's like all messed up. There we go. It's distant learners, not your guys. Your guys should be fine. All right, we talked about Octavian. You guys should already have this note, I believe. Okay, we left off talking about how he had a bunch of different names. Adrian, how about you come move right here? Now. Derek, how about you move right there? Quickly, bring your notes, move. You definitely had notes. So it's your responsibility to keep those. Okay, but we're talking about some different names of Octavian. Okay, different titles he was known by. Okay, first one we're going to talk about. Adrian, you're going to need a chair. For some reason, there's not a chair there because Lena took the third chair. You cannot have an extra chair just for you. I'm sorry.
I've had this chair for like.
I'm sure you have. I'm sure you have. Grab your stuff. Leave that seat, Adrian. Leave the seat. Leave the seat. You're really going to directly disobey. I just said leave the seat about 5 times. Come on, guys. I know we had a day off. You guys get to have a break. Okay, but we can't go right back to where we were. Okay, some titles of Octavian. Okay, first is princeps. He was known as the first citizen. He was known as the first citizen. Okay, he was also known as Caesar. Okay, the heir of the distinguished Roman family. Okay, obviously he was the son of or adopted son of who? Julius Caesar. Okay, so the term Caesar was already part of his family name. Okay, that's why he's going to be later known as Caesar Augustus, and we're going to see what that kind of means. Okay, but Caesar, the heir of the distinguished Roman family. Okay, we have imperator. Okay, just like an imperatory sentence or imperative sentence. Okay, imperator meaning emperor, someone with power and command. Okay, we also have the Roman word Pontifex Maximus. Pontifex Maximus, which means supreme pontiff or head priest. Okay, and then we also have, again, as he's going to be known as Caesar Augustus, Augustus meaning revered, or the title of deity. All right, again, you put those two together. Caesar, again, showing his heirness or his being related to Julius Caesar. Okay, his lineage to the line of being a ruler, and Augustus, so he was the heir or the revered heir. Okay, or the title, again, reverence of power. Okay, in the New Testament, we see Octavian, again, known as Caesar Augustus, even in the Bible. Okay, the New Testament refers to Octavian as Caesar Augustus. During his long reign, Jesus Christ was born around 4 BC in Bethlehem of Judea. Okay, no talking, or else you will receive warnings and also have to be moved. Okay. And next time when we have to laminate something, wait till after school or something, not during your break or class. Okay, so something that Caesar Augustus is going to be making, okay, a law or something that he is known by is known as the Pax Romana, okay, which is also known or translated the Roman peace. Okay, there was a peace of about 200 years, from 30 BC to AD 180. Okay, this peace and prosperity in the Mediterranean world was during which commerce flourished and law and order generally prevailed. Okay, Augustus extended the empire of the Danube River in Central and Eastern Europe, and he organized a permanent professional army to garrison the province and guard the frontiers. He also established an official bureaucracy or form of government to manage the unity or to manage to unify the empire by gradually extending Roman citizenship. Remember, we talked about in the beginning of this Roman Empire, as it was growing, not everyone was a citizen. Okay, but if they remained faithful to the Roman Empire, okay, they could earn their citizenship of Rome. Okay, so during this time, we're going to see a lot of people earning that citizenship under Caesar Augustus. Okay, Roman stadiums, walls, baths, temples, roads, and aqueducts, okay, were constructed throughout the empire during his reign. Many of these things that I just mentioned still stand, even about 2,000 years later. Okay, but through all these great things in this time of peace, this 200 years, Ricky, look up here. Okay, we're going to have, or after Caesar Augustus dies, this next group of emperors, known as the Claudian emperors. Okay, these were Augustus's successors who ruled from, okay, obviously they didn't even rule as long as he did, okay, but they ruled from AD 14 to 68. That's just what they call them. Douglas, you will be moved. Remember, raise your hand. Rick, raise your hand before you have a comment. I don't care if you have a comment. Just raise your hand, and then maybe I'll let you say it. Okay, but this first, okay, leading in this group of Claudian emperors is Tiberius. Okay, he ruled the empire during the earthly, sorry, that should be earthly. Let me change that real quick. I apologize. Good thing none of us are perfect, huh? Okay, earthly ministry of Jesus Christ, and at the same time of the Savior's death, resurrection, and ascension around AD 30. So he's basically emperor during this time of Jesus. Caesar Augustus' reign, okay, he was the reign during this time of Jesus, but the actual emperor that was ruling during the life and ministry of Jesus was Tiberius. Does that make sense? Caesar Augustus was at the beginning of Jesus. Tiberius was during like the ministry. It says earthly ministry. He didn't start really ministering until he was like 30. So for about 3 years. So from that time of growing up, that's when Caesar Augustus was still ruling. Anyone else hot in here? You guys good? I'm a little warm. I'm going to turn the AC on a little bit. Shh, Douglas. So raise your hand and ask. There you go. Can someone give him a 3x5 card if you have it? If not, I don't have one. You're just going to have to deal with not having one. All right, here we go. Okay, next emperor in the line of these Claudian emperors is Caligula. Okay, this is the surviving son of Tiberius's nephew. That is a guy. That's not hair. It's like a headband type thing. No, it's not a weave. Okay, he was insane and was murdered by his own bodyguards. All right, he was an insane ruler. Okay, probably had some insane beliefs. Okay, so his own bodyguards are like, man, for the greater of the people, we got to just get rid of this guy. And they murdered him. According to legend, he appointed his favorite horse to the Senate. Okay, so he had a favorite horse, whatever he wants to call him. Let's call it Pegasus. All right, he said, all right, Pegasus, you're going to become part of our government Senate. Okay, and obviously that's when people, probably before then, but they're like, all right, we got to get rid of this guy. Yes, ma'am. No. I know what it is, but no.
Oh yeah, he made babies a Senate.
Yes.
They're like,
All right, moving on. So just remember, Caligula, he was known as the mad ruler. He was crazy. Yes, ma'am. It's just the first horse name that came to my mind. A horse. It was his horse. He tried to make his horse part of a human government senate. That's when people were like, all right, that's the last straw. He's mad. We got to get rid of him. Okay, next emperor we're going to talk about is Claudius. Okay, he was the uncle of Caligula. Okay, he was a weak emperor, so it runs in the family a little bit. Okay, but during his reign, the Roman legions, okay, what is a legion?
Like the army.
Okay, basically they're large armies. Okay, the Roman legions finally subdued the people known as the Britons. Okay, or modern day Britain, England, all of England, probably Wales, Scotland, Ireland. Okay, but he brought them under his rule, even though he's weak, he brought this area, okay, so that island type area, into the rule of the Roman province or empire. Okay, Claudius is also mentioned twice in the New Testament. We see him in Acts chapter 11 and Acts chapter 18. So who's also known and famous in the Bible during the book of Acts? Paul. We had the conversion of Saul to Paul. Peter is also in the book of Acts. Okay, but Paul, he is the main one. Stephen, that is the beginning of it. Okay, but this is who was emperor during this time. Okay, but again, Claudius was weak. People didn't like him. So he was poisoned by his niece and fourth wife. Sir.
okay, this is something else. Everybody like betraying each other. Like everybody's betraying each other. Like this men, or like your aunt, or like your great.
Because remember, in Rome, what really ruled? Power. Okay, if you were weak or someone didn't like you, okay, sword, okay, they would just get rid of you and someone else would become, basically. All right, so we see these people, okay, they murder Claudius, and that's going to lead us to our next ruler. We all have heard of this one.
Wait, when it says he was poisoned by his niece and fourth wife, does that mean that the niece and the fourth wife is one and the same?
I don't think so, no.
When you say it
But
like that,
I understand what you're saying. You could misinterpret it that way, but no. No, that would be, I mean, I wouldn't put it against that day and age, but no, I don't believe so. Okay, but we see this person that poisoned Claudius. I mean, you could be right on that, Amethyst. You could be right. That was more of a fun fact in the notes. I'm not 100% sure on that one. Okay, but her son, Gabby, that is your warning. All right, next time you will receive demerits. Lena, yes, it is your warning as well. Okay, so we know her son as Nero. Most of us know him. Okay, and he would become emperor. Nero, okay, he was also mentally deranged.
I wonder why.
Okay, and morally depraved. Okay, obviously he was like that. Imagine being this young son and your mom or whatever poison, okay, whether it's your uncle or your dad, okay, but kill the person before you, okay, and that's how you become ruler. Who knows what his mom fed his mind? Okay, he was twisted. He was twisted in the head from a young age. Okay, he had his half-brother, mother, so the one that made him ruler, and wife put to death. He didn't trust anyone. He had trust issues. Okay, maybe he thought because all these people were dying, he's like, man, I don't want to trust anyone, so I'm just going to kill him, you know? If there's no one that can be ruler, only I can be. Yes, ma'am.
why does his beard only go underneath his chin where a beard is supposed to go?
You know, it's that nice chin strap, you know what I'm saying? It's that chin strap.
That's like a beard, and then he like shaved all this just
It's called a neck strap. It's a neck strap. No. Okay, so he began the first great outbreak. Okay, obviously there was a little persecution before him, but he began the first great outbreak of persecuting the Christians, and we see that in the New Testament. Okay? His Praetorian Guard revolted against him and forced him to commit suicide, ending the Claudian line. Okay? Again, power rules. So if his people, like, they probably weren't just gonna kill him from persecuting people, they were gonna torture him. So I was like, all right, I'm just gonna make it a quick one. Sir.
If you ever grow out your beard,
I can't grow a beard. Can't.
Why not?
It's just whiskers. I just get whiskers.
You
Can't grow a beard. Runs in my family.
Don't touch
I do. Really, my older brother, and this is why he tries to grow a beard and he uses the oils and stuff, but just these long, nasty hairs, and it just, to me, it looks gross. That's what I think mine would look like if I ever try to grow out. So it's never gonna happen. And I like it looking young. I like looking young. You know. It's a little weird, but you said not in a weird way, so thank you. Thank you. Okay, no homo. No homo. All right, but this is going to lead us to a new line, okay? So we can remember, okay, obviously remember these specific people, but the Claudian line as one word, or two words, I guess, crazy or mad. All right, this whole Claudian line, you can remember them as crazy, mad, okay? Nero obviously killing all these people, persecuting Christians. Okay, but this is going to lead us to some different leaders. Okay, the first one is Vespasian. Okay, he was a general who helped restore, okay, so after all these crazy rulers, I'm sure the government was a little twisted, out of order. Okay, so he helped restore the political and economic stability in the empire. Okay, he and his sons, Titus and Domitian, okay, they were called the Flavian emperors. Okay, so that's our next group of emperors. You want to know that term, Flavian emperors. That consists of Vespasian, Titus, and Domitian. I mean, it's a statue. That's just what they did a lot. It's usually just like the head or neck, maybe the shoulders.
statues are painted. I think they were like I don't know, it's like a lot of countries are just painted white.
What?
Google it.
Oh, no, okay, statues.
You're saying they had colors, what you're saying. Yes.
Douglas, when you said it, made it sound like they were
Yeah, you were saying like it was paintings and somehow, yeah. All right, moving on. Okay, so we're going to see from this old time, okay, after when it struggled, and we're going to see this rise to this new style of the Roman Empire.
Well, if I was Italy's mayor, I'd fix that Colosseum right now. I'd take it away and just build a new parking lot.
Okay, shh. Okay, so talking about, so we have Vespasian, the first one. Okay, no, he was a general. He became ruler. Okay, but then also moving on, we have Titus. Okay, Titus is known for capturing Jerusalem in AD 70. He devastated the city, destroying the temple. And as the Bible tells us, that's a big no-no.
But the Jews deserved it because they tried to rebel.
I mean, but does that mean they deserve it?
Yeah.
Is the Roman Empire right to even control everyone?
I just feel like Titus didn't just go and like bam, bam. The Jews were like, we're tired of this.
I
We don't
mean,
have it good enough. But they did have it good
their
enough.
philosophy was right, though. They deserved their own freedom.
I'm just
So you can't justify the Romans. But yes, in the Romans' mind, which one?
Oh, never mind.
It was my arrow.
I thought it was 107 and then 70.
Oh, no. All right, and again, he destroyed the temple, and this is going to be the beginning. We're going to see a lot more persecution of the Christians. Yes, sir. I'm so sorry. If it comes back, just raise your hand again, you know. I'll hit you up. Okay, but we also know a specific mountain under the rule of these Flavian emperors as Mount Vesuvius. Okay, this was obviously a volcano. It erupted and buried the Roman cities of I'm going to struggle saying this one, I'm sorry. Herculaneum, okay, Pompeii, that's the one we know, okay, and Stambe, okay, during the time of Titus AD 79.
That's not like, that's like a lot of insurance
Whoa.
that you could have. Like,
Okay, dude, I'm just saying, no, it wouldn't be terrible because you would probably turn to ash as soon as you're finished.
that's your goal.
Unless
Like,
you're suffocated from the ash and the...
I have sad news.
Got canceled, didn't it?
What?
Kidding me, next
if it got
No.
canceled, I'm at a punch.
Oh, also fans can come
Jared.
to our game tomorrow. Amethyst was not in here. Amethyst was,
You got it. You probably
I'm missing some notes. It's at a different gym. So it depends. Yes, this one's at for breakfast.
I don't think everybody, as soon as you said you have bad news,
Thought it was a game.
everybody
That was a game.
like, no.
I do apologize for that happening. Shh. Okay, so we're just gonna have to go off my word of voice, the good old fashioned notes. Huh? No, I think I forget to save them sometimes. So then I'll exit out of it, and then you go in it, and they're not there anymore. I'm sorry. Huh? Yes. I can re-say it. Yeah, I can re-say it. All right, so yeah, Mount Vesuvius erupted and buried the Roman cities of Herculaneum, Pompeii, and Stabiae, Stabiae, during the time of Titus, AD 79. Stabiae.
I was looking through the West Coast page, like the basketball thing.
Yeah.
And no, because I was looking for him, right?
Two.
It turns out he did play when we got to Boston. It was February 6th, 2019. I think we watched this game. Yeah, we did watch it.
Probably hoop, man. Just saying.
We're balling, dog.
That would have been senior year, so I probably averaged about 20 points.
I think it was one of those. There's a tip-off tournament. February 6th.
Those were always good games. All right, moving on. Okay, so these guys, obviously, Rick. Okay, we talking about that after. We're almost done. Class is almost out as well. We have a few more notes to go through. Okay, so through this time, they weren't really relevant. We had those Flavian empires. The only thing that we need to know, okay, happened under him first, under Vespasian. He kind of brought the order of their government again. Okay, and then under Titus, okay, this Mount Vesuvius, okay, the volcano. Put the food away for now. Okay, it erupted and destroyed. Really, the only one you need to know is Pompeii. It's famous for destroying of Pompeii. Okay, but that's going to take us into a different era of the people known as the 5 good emperors. This is note 109. 5 good emperors. 109, I'm saying it right now. The 5 good emperors. Adrian, you are then received demerits. I already moved you, and now you're laughing and talking. Shh. Okay, Rick, put the ruler away. There you go. Okay, the 5 good emperors. Okay, here we go, 109. The empire attained its highest prosperity and power under their reigns. The 5 good emperors were, all right, you should have some dash or bullet points. There are the notes. Okay, the first one is Nerva. 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 His reign was the last important revival of the Senate's power in Roman political life. You guys need me to repeat that? Trajan. It's Trajan. Yeah. Okay, so Nerva, his reign was the last important revival of the Senate's power. Okay, so from the... Rick, relax, man. Relax. Okay, from the Claudian emperors, the madmen, from ruining everything. Okay, the Flavian emperors began the regrowing of the Senate. Okay, and under Nerva, this was the last person to revive the Senate's rule. Okay, the next one is Trajan. 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 Okay, he is known for extending the empire's frontiers. Extending the empire's frontiers. Okay, to Dacia. D-A-C-I-A. Okay, north of the Danube River and to the Mesopotamia. Again, distant learners, make sure you're throwing your name in the chat for each class so I can mark you as present. Okay, you need to say that in the beginning of class. If you're putting it way later, I'll give you grace today. Okay, but if you're throwing your name in way later, it shows me you're not really tuning in live. You just have it going. Okay, so you got to make sure beginning of class you're throwing your name in the chat, or else you'll be marked as absent. Okay, does anyone need me to repeat Trajan?
No, we only have their names. We don't have the rest of them.
So perfect. Okay, the next one is Hadrian. Hadrian. Okay, he was remembered for the construction of a wall in northern Britain. And Hadrian, basically Adrian with an H before it. Okay, he built this wall to protect the empire's frontiers against the raid by the Picts and Scots. Okay, remember a previous emperor, they had gained control of the Britons. Remember we talked about that? Yes, sir.
He was like the ancient Donald Trump.
No. Okay, fun fact, Donald Trump didn't actually start the wall. Obama did. He did. Obama's the one that started the wall. Trump was just trying to finish it. Shh. Okay, but he built these walls to protect them from the revenge of that Britain area, the Scots, the Irish, okay, these groups of Pikes and Scots. Or Picts, I'm sorry. You are right, it is Picts. I kept on saying Pikes.
You ever put Pictionary?
Okay, the next one in this area of the 5 good emperors is Antoninus. Sorry, I struggle saying some of them. Antoninus, Antoninus, Pius, Pius. Okay, he completed the wall north of Hadrian's. Okay, so Hadrian started this wall. He finished some areas of it. Okay, this next Pius, okay, continued the wall and finished the north part of it. Okay, and probably the most famous out of all of them, some of us might know him. We have Marcus Aurelius. Okay, so Marcus and then Aurelius, Aurelius. He's known for being a Stoic philosopher, and he's renowned for his book, The Meditations. Okay, all of these good, remember, quote, 5 good emperors. Okay, all of these good emperors, meaning basically nothing really terrible happened during their reign. Okay, so they're considered as good emperors. Yes, ma'am. Which one? Marcus Aurelius. Oh, Meditations. Okay, but all these good emperors, except Nerva, savagely persecuted the Christians because they denied the divinity of the emperor and of the state. Okay, so we're going to see in this time, we're going to talk about next chapter, okay, how the culture of the Roman Empire became that their Caesar, or whoever was emperor or ruler, was their god. Okay, remember they used to have false gods. Okay, the family was the beginning of their religion. Okay, but now it's kind of like the emperor. He's our god. He's the power. All right, if we don't worship him, he's going to kill us. So let's worship him. All right, but the Christians, again, they believed and obeyed God. Okay, and because of this, okay, the persecution of the Christians, starting with Nero, okay, grew under these good emperors. Okay, so they built the Roman Empire, but they are the ones that really started a lot of this persecution. Okay, and this is going to lead us to another group of emperors known as the Barracks Emperors. Barracks Emperors. Okay, just a few more notes, then we'll be done for today, as we're running out of time as well. Okay, but these Barrack Emperors were rival generals. B-A-R-R-A-C-K-S. B-A-R-R-A-C-K-S. Rick, turn around. Okay, these rival generals were placed upon the throne for a time, okay, by warring armies. Okay, so after these good emperors, these guys were put in office basically because they were like generals. They were people that could lead the armies into war.
Were they good though?
No.
Military generals are never good with their just power rule.
Almost always true. Okay, between the death of Marcus Aurelius in 180 AD and the ascension of Diocletian, okay, we're going to talk about him a little later. He's also known for being the emperor who did the worst persecution of the Christians. Okay, in 284 AD, there were at least 28 claimants to the throne. So between that time, so about 100 years, a little over 100 years, okay, there was over 28 different rulers. Again, these were more of a general style rulers. They're known as the Barrack Emperors. Okay, because of war, they were there in office basically to lead in war.
That's a lot. In 100 years, you could basically only have 2 emperors.
Yes. Only 4 of whom died in natural death. So out of these 28, okay, all of them died basically from war or being killed, poisoned. Only 2 of them died from maybe old age or natural causes. Yep. Okay, we're going to have 2 notes, then be done for today. Okay, number 112, during the time of the Beric emperors, okay, Germanic tribesmen, so people from present-day Germany, breached the frontiers of the empire and began ravaging Gaul, Spain, Britain, and Dacia. Anyone need me to repeat that? Dacia. Anyone else need me to repeat that one? The whole thing? After what? Okay, Germanic tribesmen breached the frontiers of the empire and began ravaging Gaul, Spain, Britain, and Dacia. Good? Everyone good? All right, and last note for today. Okay, again, those were the what emperors? Beric emperors. They were basically what? Generals, military men. They didn't really last very long. They died in war. Only 2 died from natural causes, age or disease or sickness. Okay, but continuing with 112, a new ruling dynasty arose in Persia. Okay, Persia's been quiet for a long time, ever since the Greeks. All right, but a new ruler will rise in that area, okay, during this Roman Empire, and we're going to see the fall of the later Roman Empire. Okay, but a new leader rose in Persia and began to attack Rome, or Roman holdings in the Middle East. Okay, so that we're going to see the fall of this large Roman Empire and be dwindled down back to just the Romans. Okay, that's the last note we'll do for today. We'll jump into the results of these other external threats to the Roman Empire. Okay, but for homework tonight,
Wednesday.
It's not Wednesday.
Yeah, it is.
It is not.
We only went way farther than we are, right?
What?
Look at the calendar. Look. Yeah. Mr. Brown usually crosses out the
Have you guys done page 97? You did 102. All right, so tonight there will be no homework.
It's Wednesday.
It's not Wednesday. No homework tonight. Okay, if you want tomorrow's homework, okay, you can give it to you so you can do it tonight. Some of you have our game tomorrow. All right, be ready though for a pop quiz. Okay, I know I'm saying pop.
No.
It is a pop quiz, but because we had a day off and being kind, I'm alerting you. Okay, but that means we're not reviewing for it. You have to review yourself. It will be a 5-question pop quiz. Okay, distant learners, be ready for that. Thank you for throwing your name in the chat. Remember, do that at the beginning of class. If you guys need anything, let me know. Remember, turn in that homework and stuff on time, or else you receive a 0. There's not going to be as much grace, okay, in this grading period as there was the last one. If stuff's not turned in on time, whether you're sending picture or by that Friday of the week, you're not going to receive credit. Hope you guys are doing well. Let me know if you need anything. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right, that's proven statements addition was from yesterday. I just forgot to actually bring that part of the slide up. So now we're going to move on to 2.12, proving angles equal. Angle sides, first of all, before we get into the theorems here, we have to state this. Angle sides are named left and right from the vertex's point of view, not what's on your left and right. If you're standing on the vertex, that's the point of view.
Oh, why'd you say it like that? That's why you're confused when I say it wrong sometimes. I understand now.
Okay, not important. All right, so.
You say not important?
No, the text I just got. Okay, so if I'm standing on point A in either angle, on the left side, okay, if I'm standing at the angle A, facing out on the angle, and when I say left side, that's the one on that perspective's left. So you'll notice here it looks backwards because we're standing on point A, seeing this is the left one, this is the right one, okay? The reason why we have to say that is because angles can be rotated freely in space, so we have to say who's left and right. So it's always the vertex's left and right. All right? Make sense? Cool. So let's go on to Theorem 9. If two angles have their sides parallel, right side to right side and left side to left side, then the angles are equal. Okay? So if the right sides of both angles are parallel, the left side of both angles are parallel, then the angles must be equal, which makes sense on the surface, but we have to go through and prove it. All right. So we are given angle 1 and angle 2 with their sides A, B, C, and C, A, B, and C, D, with A parallel to C and B parallel to D. We're to prove angle 1 equal to angle 2. So first of all, we have our given. Second of all, you'll notice we've extended our lines here because a line may be extended or limited at any point. Lines B and C must intersect because they're not parallel. No, X is the angle formed here. We didn't label the intersection point. So angle 1 must equal angle X because they're corresponding angles. And angle 2 is equal to angle X for the same reason. This can be considered the transversal, and then these are corresponding angles.
Okay. Would it be BX2 or BXC?
What? No, just angle X.
Okay.
When you're using lowercase, it's just the inside.
But I mean, you used it for this side of it and this side of it. You used angle X for both of them.
Yes.
How do you know which one's which?
It's the same angle X. It's still this.
No.
Okay, look, we have two parallel lines here. Okay? So this angle corresponds to this angle. They're equal.
Yeah,
Okay, now hold on.
Oh, and then it corresponds.
But then this line is parallel to this line, and which makes these two angles still corresponding, so they're equal.
Okay, I see.
All right. This is why the ability to draw on the screen is great, because then you can just do things like that. Anyway, so since angle 1 equals X and angle 2 equals X, well, angle 1 equals angle 2 by substitution. If I could stop getting random text messages that have nothing to do with me, that would be great. All right.
Yeah, can we?
He's looking for fun. I'm gonna go get my food really quick. I promise. I'll be back.
Amethyst, sit down.
But my food's gonna be freaking my boy for the whole class.
That's not my problem. Sit down. Thank you. Corollary 9.1. If two angles have their sides parallel, right side to left side and left side to right side, then the angles are complementary. Okay, so instead of them being equal, now they're complementary, which makes sense, especially once we have the diagram. Okay, sorry, supplementary. I said complementary like 3 times. They're supplementary. Okay, so we have our given angles 1 and angle 2 with their sides A, B, C, and D, with A parallel to C and B parallel to D. We're going to extend side A to form angle X because we can. Angle X then is equal to angle 2 so this angle is equal to this angle due to the theorem that we just talked about. Okay, so theorem 9. So those two must be equal. Well, angle 1 and angle X must equal a straight angle because it's around a point on the same side of a line. Okay, and that makes angle 1 plus angle 2 equal to a straight angle by substitution. So then they're supplementary by definition. Does that make sense?
What were you even trying to prove?
Angle 1 and angle 2 are supplementary.
But we don't have approved there. Also, it's totally 9.1.
You guys don't have the
We
table?
don't have a given or approved. Type of +5.
No, there's no given or prove section, but the given is in step 1, the prove is step 6.
No. You know like how it has this here, given and proved?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
that's fine. Number 1 is your given, number 6 is your prove. All right, moving on. Theorem 10. If two angles have their sides perpendicular, right side to right side and left side to left side, then the angles are equal. So we have angle 1 and angle 2 with their sides A, B, E, and F, where A is perpendicular to F and B is perpendicular to C. We're to prove angle 1 is equal to angle 2. Okay, so this one's a bit more involved. We have our given, of course. Number 2, we're going to draw C parallel to A and A parallel to B. What? That's not right. It's got to be D parallel to B. Yeah, my bad. All right, so number 2, where it says A parallel to B, that's incorrect. This should say D.
To abbreviate parallel, we can just put the 2 lines like that.
Yeah, so all you have to do is swap out A for D, though. Like, just extend the tail on A and you're done. All right, and we can do that because through 2 points... Okay, guys. Thank you. We can do that because through a given point, one and only one line may be drawn parallel to a given line. Okay. Now, C then is perpendicular to F. Okay, so this is perpendicular. And D is perpendicular to E. I'm about to give my reason. Okay. But those two things are perpendicular because if a line is perpendicular to one of two parallel lines, it must be perpendicular to the other line also. Now then, angle DPE and CPF are right angles by definition of perpendicular. Then that also makes them equal because they're right angles. Okay? Now DPE, let's see here. So this angle here is made up of angle 3, which is this section, plus angle CPE, which is this section. Okay? And angle CPF is equal to angle 2, this section, plus angle CPE, which is this section. Okay? So then that means these two red sections and the two blue sections are also equal by substitution.
It literally looks like
Yeah, I know.
a wrinkly old man.
Okay. Now, because we have CPE equal to itself due to identity, we can go ahead and subtract it. It could be argued whether or not step 8 is actually needed, but we're moving on. So by subtraction, we have angle 3 equals angle 2. Okay? So we're saying then that this is equal to that. Okay? And angle 1 is equal to angle 3 because we have parallel sides now. We just forced it to rotate. Okay? So if angle 1 equals angle 3 and angle 3 is equal to angle 2, then angle 1 equals angle 2 by substitution.
But is there been like a way easier way to solve that?
If there was, we would have done it.
Are you serious? It's kind of like stuff in
Or there might have been one and just Abeka didn't find it. All right, anyway. Because straight up I copied most of these proofs.
I thought you like did your own stuff.
I can. I have. I will often fill in gaps. I don't necessarily go through and rewrite everything. If I see something quicker, I'll do it that way. But past that, just the sheer volume of stuff, I can't go through and rewrite it all. So it's rewritten in the sense of like you guys have it in front of you, but it's basically copied from the key.
Real cool that you do all these
All right, we have corollary 10.1. Corollary 10.1 says that if two angles have their sides perpendicular, right to right and left to left, then the angles are supplementary for the same reason as the parallel thing. I'm going to kind of rush through this proof because we don't need to focus on this. Silence. All right, so because we've already shown that it's easy enough to rotate one so that they're parallel, that's basically our entire strategy here as well. So, yeah, done.
I don't even understand anything you just said, but okay.
All right, let's go through it then.
Take your word for it.
We are given the angle 1 and angle 2 with A perpendicular to C and B perpendicular to D, because that's what the conditions are necessary for. We're going to extend C to form angle 3, because we can. Angle 1 then is equal to angle 3 by theorem 10. We have sides perpendicular to each other. Let's see here. Then, ladies, angles 3 and 2 together makes a straight angle, because of course it does. And then angle 1 and angle 2 must equal a straight angle by substitution. Angle 1 equals angle 3, so we can just plop that right there. Okay? And then by definition of supplementary, they are supplementary.
Well, I'm going to go back and review these, so we should stop here for today. My noodles are getting soggy.
She's still on the noodles thing.
Been in the microwave for like 6 minutes. No, they were in the microwave for like 10
Ew,
minutes.
Gabby, your hands are wet. No, she's like.
Okay, that is the end of 2.12. That's actually where I'm going to cut it off for today. Please keep in mind, 2.16 will be the end of the segment until the next test. Okay, and it's going to come faster than you all think. So make sure you guys are catching or up to date on your homework. You should be through whatever's assigned for 2.12, if there is anything. I don't know. So you need to make sure that you're done through there. Very quickly, you do have a quiz tomorrow over 2.9 through 2.10. It is closed book, so make sure you guys study. That's 2.9 through 2.10. Tomorrow, yes. It's quiz 12.
You are now on quiz 12?
What do you mean already? We're behind.
We're behind.
We've been behind since the first day of school.
Guys, we should be done with test 3 by the time the quarter hits in every class. That's how Rebecca works. There are 3 tests per quarter.
So we've only had 2 tests.
Yeah.
Oh. 2.9.
Yeah.
We've had like 3.
Anyway, what?
2.9 over 2.10.
2.9 to 2.10, yes.
I mean, you're always behind in geometry, so it's fine, right?
I'm really not worried about it in here because I adjust the whole curriculum. But yeah, like that's just the reality of it. You're supposed to get through 3 tests a quarter. All right, I will see you guys tomorrow.
Okay, listen up, please. Got to figure it out. I think it's probably hers, but the following people. Don't start talking. This is 4.2. Someone didn't put their name on it. So, Derek, Isaac, Savannah, Doug, Sophia, Adrian, and Ricky, and Avery. 4.2. Anybody here? Okay. That's fine.
I'm writing green too, actually. It's Avery. It's Avery.
It's mine. Does that have a flower on it? 'Cause it's mine.
Come check it. Okay, 10th grade, I've asked you to be quiet. I don't know how many times right now. Okay, if you have not turned in. Okay, Adrian, that's a check. You've got one, guys.
Which page are we on?
We're on slide 42, so.
Mr. Brown, can I tell you a picture?
No, not right now at least. Okay, just 42 out of what? 54, so we got a little bit of time here. Okay. Just I'm going to go back a little bit here and give you some pictures of what we've been talking about as far as streamlining and drags and all that, okay? So let me get this up on the screen for the DLs and you guys, for everybody. Okay. Let's leave that up here, please, for everybody. We don't need to take it all the way around the room. Amethyst, please don't. Okay, we were talking the other day about a submarine, the drag that it does, okay? So as you can see with all these objects, that the force that's coming upon the object, the submarine has a round nose for the most part, but then the drag is what's coming off of it. So the water's going up and over, okay? The thrust is going up, the lift is coming from it, okay? And the drag is on the back side, same way with an airplane. Okay, so you've got the same effect that's going on. The object shape, we talked about those. The same shape but a larger size. We talked about the Model Ts a little bit the other day. And this gives you a little bit more of an idea. The one on the bottom, even though it's not true aerodynamic, has more curves on it, which allows the air just to flow over it versus hit, go up, and go over and around, okay? DL's good to see you on. Appreciate that. Streamlining, that's this type of thing that we're talking about. Like with an airplane's wing, it hits that front, and then it's going to go over with as little drag as possible in the back. A speedboat has to have that in order to accomplish its maximum speed. The trouble with the speedboat, as you see on the bottom one, the Bradco one, the white one, it's starting to lift up because there's getting to be air getting underneath that boat and causing the lift to occur. And when you get too much lift that's going to occur, that boat is going to flip backwards, do a somersault, and probably a lot of times the driver gets killed. Here are just some different ideas of streamlining. Bicycle racers wear those type of helmets that there's at least amount of drag as possible. And you can see how they're bent over to create that as much, to alleviate the most drag and to get as streamlined as possible. You have your shark and the boat and the man diving in the water. Okay, all of these have to deal with, okay, science. And you think, well, why do you need to learn all this? Why do we need to? Well, you never know what you're going to do. Maybe Ricky is going to be a cliff diver, okay, and diving off the cliff. You're going to have a streamlined body going in to get the best scores as possible. Gabby, right along the same line, is going to be a high dive board diver off. Okay, she's going to go to she's going to go to the Olympics and make us all proud. Okay. 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 This is what I was talking about. The lift. Shh. Huh? You're the train because you're just bowling your way through. Okay. Okay. The lift. As you can see on the left picture, the foil is starting to come up. That's the lift of the air getting underneath it, causing it. Okay. Showing you another illustration of the drag and thrust in the lift part. The foils, airfoil, is what's designed for an air. A hydrofoil, is a foil designed to work in the water. You barely see that. Sorry about that. Okay. There's another picture coming up that gives you a better idea of it. Shh. Okay. So again, we're talking about lift here. Okay. Sophia. Aspect ratio deals with how long and narrow the foil is, will prevent a complete lift up. Okay. The angle of attack. How is the air attacking the foil? Okay. To create its lift or drag. Okay. Critical angle is when it becomes a point where there is total movement and the object starts going straight up. When it gets too tall, Amethyst, please. When it gets too much of a lift, you're going to have, Isaac, that's one. You're going to have a stall of that airplane, okay? And that means that you don't have any power going on. Adrian, you already got one. You want two? You have one already. You want two? Okay. Then put the bottle down. Because if he's wet in any manner, you've got a demerit. And we'll double the demerit this time because I told you once. Okay? It's your choice. Okay. I don't know. We haven't got to. I'm supposed to be on slide 2. I'm just backtracking right now.
Wait, we already did all this?
Uh-huh. Didn't we?
I don't think we did.
The last one I have is foil.
Yeah, foil is our last one that we went over.
Really? Okay. Okay, so this one right here, AB, Shape of the foil? I thought we went over it, but I guess not. Okay, ninth grade. Ninth grade. Conversations are over. Ricky, your ruler or my ruler?
Mr. S's ruler.
No, it's mine. Okay? Okay, so the shape of the foil. Here's a picture of just the outside drawing of various fish, okay, and how streamlined they are and how flat they are to create or to alleviate the amount of lift that they're going to have so that they can have the streamlined body. Okay? The size of the foil is letter B. Will also is directly proportioned to the area of the foil's surface parallel to the foil. The shape or the size of the foil. Got some empty desks to be filled. You got the aspect ratio is the measure of how long and how narrow the foil is compared to the amount of force and the lift that gets created. The longer and narrow foils produce more lift than the shorter, wider ones. Why do you think so? Why do you think, let me just rephrase that. Why do you think that a short, stocky foil would have less lift than a longer, narrow one? I know the DLs are answering it, but I just can't hear them. Anybody in here? Come on, guys. Hey, I'm giving you a chance to talk, and now you don't want to talk. But yet when I'm talking, you want to just keep going. Okay?
The longer one has like more air pushing the button.
Pushing on. More. To some degree, no, she's right. To some degree, the longer one's going to have more body for the lift to occur off of. Okay. But why a long, narrow one isn't going to be as heavy as the short and stocky one? So therefore, there's not going to be as much lift with the shorter one. Then you got the angle of the foil. I hope you're getting all this down instead of playing around. The angle between the foil and the fluid foil. It's what we call the angle of attack. Okay. Prime example. Getting away from the boats and the airplanes and the submarines and the birds and all that. But let's bring it down to a subject that at least the guys are going to understand. Okay? You have a defensive line on football and you have an offensive line on football. Okay? A defensive coach will always try to tell his defensive players to get up underneath, Doug, that's one, up underneath the offensive player's chest and arms. Okay? So he wants to get lower at the point of attack and come up and be able to push and get that offensive player off balance. Okay? And so that's what we're talking about, the angle of attack, the defensive player. Adrian, I'll tell you guys one more time. If I see that again, drink it properly. You're not going to do that in my class. Do you understand? Okay? I'm tired of telling you guys to pay attention. If you can't drink the water properly from your bottles, then I won't let you have one. I don't care what the rules are. Okay, so the angle of attack is what is the difference, is the angle of the foil and the fluid. Okay? It depends upon those cross sections in the shape of the foil. Okay, allows that to happen. The angle, or you have what's called the critical angle of attack. This is the angle at which maximum lift is achieved. Okay, so defensive player, you come up underneath and you, with your hands, able to get a hold of that offensive player's chest area, his shoulder pads right there, and you're able to move him accordingly. The air is just like you as a defensive player coming up, putting its air hands on the bottom of the foil and creating movement for the lift of that object, of the foil. Once the critical angle of attack is passed, the fluid is no longer entrained across the upper force of the foil. So the lift stops and drag starts to increase. So the condition in which a foil no longer produces lift because it is part of the critical angle of attack is then what we call the stall of an airplane. Okay? You get that defensive player. You come up and you get him to stand up straight. He's in his stall position. Okay? That's the fourth or the third factor. The fourth factor is the velocities of the foil. Lift is directly proportional to the square of the foil's velocity relative to the fluid. The defensive player is the fluid. The offensive player is the foil. Lift is also directly proportional to the density of the fluid. The greater the density, the greater you're going to have the lift. Okay? So you get a 100-pound defensive player going up against a 300-pound offensive player. There is not going to be very much lift off that defensive player because of the density of the two players. Okay? It's just common physics sense. Okay? So, what are the factors that affect lift? The fluid's flow. The more fluid flow that there is, the more lift you're going to get. The properties of the fluid. What's the fluid made up of? What's that defensive player? How much muscle power does that defensive player have against the offensive player? Okay? Nowadays, especially in the pros, it's more of how can you get around one versus how can you go through them. Okay? But the normal defensive coach will tell you, get up underneath him. Get as low as you can, get your angle of attack low, and create the lift. The cross section of the foil is the third factor that affects it. Yes, yes, sir. Properties of the fluid. Okay. Yes, ma'am. I am asking Lena. The fluid flow. Uh-huh. So if that defensive player gets off on the first attack and gets a faster attack, then it's going to create a lift. Properties of the fluid. Yes. You got it. Okay, the cross section of the foil is letter G. And then the kind of wings that they are. Okay? Wings of an airplane and the wings of a bird. Okay? Imagine having bird wings that look, on an airplane. Okay? But look at the difference of the flow of the fluid over the two. The bird wings the air has to go up a little bit more because there's a drag on the front of the wing. Whereas the airfoil, it's not as much of a drag. Okay? So you've got the wings of an airplane and birds. The uses of the foils. Okay? The Airplanes and birds have wing structures that allow the airfoil shape to be adjusted to produce extra lift during its slow flight, its takeoff, and its landings. So the airplane gets its flaps down to create a drag, so it's not going as fast when it lands. Shh, girls, Lena, Gabby, that's one. So a bird puts down its wings when it wants to land, spreads them out further so that it can land softly, safely, and properly. Okay. Ricky, did I say you had a check? Isaac, that's who it was. Okay. Now, here's what you couldn't really see on that other picture. The hydrofoil. This is a hydrofoil boat. The hydrofoils are on the bottom of the boat, allows the boat to get more out of the water so it's not having the drag of the waves hitting the bottom of the boat and creating less lift on the boat. Okay, so those hydrofoils, those areas coming down off the bottom of the boat, is what's allowing them. They're its wings underneath the boat. Sophia? Yes. The blades of a helicopter work the same way. The relative motion is caused by the rotation of the rotor instead of the forward motion of the wings. Okay? So the angle of attack that it has is going to allow it to be able to maneuver properly. They can be adjusted, okay, along their length, so they get better, okay, aerodynamics, okay. They work just in the same way as the helicopter rotors, but its lift is horizontal, pushing the aircraft forward. Ships' propellers perform the same way in the water, that it's pushing the water back to create the thrust, thus also creating a drag behind them as they go. A fan works the same way. It's just the only difference is the fan is stationary. Okay? The fan, the blades are going around creating the air to go forward. Okay? And if there was wheels on the fan would move back because of the force of the air coming off the blades. The Magnus effect. This is the phenomenon in which a spinning cylinder or ball causes the lift. Okay? So you see this green, in the diagram, the green ball is spinning up and over from front to back. Okay? So look where the lift is coming from. The arrows, the air from on the Magnus of force is going up over from, okay, instead of down under. If we turn the spin of the ball different, the other way, then you would have a down force of the wind. The Magnus effect would go down versus upward. In sports, a soccer ball, if you've ever watched a good soccer goal, that they curve the ball into the corner of the net so that the goalie can't get to it or makes it harder for it. That's still the Magnus effect. Okay? 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 If you want to be a tennis player, you will learn how the Magnus effect affects your spin on the ball and where that ball is going to go when served or when hit back, returned. Okay? If you want to play baseball, you will learn how the Magnus effects the pitch of the ball. and where the ball is going to be. If you've ever watched a pitcher that is a curveball pitcher, the defensive setup is different than somebody that hits fastballs all the time. Okay? Because generally with a curveball, when they hit it, they're going to hit it one of two ways, depends upon how the pitcher is pitching the ball. If he's pitching it with an overspin, that ball is coming in here, the batter's going to go here, and he's going to hit the ball and create an upward spin. Okay? But if the ball is going down and he comes here, the ball generally will hit the ground and not go over far. So if you've ever watched baseball, watch that. And then you can tell your mom and dad that, hey, that's the Magnus effect that just occurred.
I don't think my parents would care, to be honest. They'd be like, why are you talking?
Okay, ships and aircraft use their rotors, spinning vertical cylinders instead of sails to provide propulsion. Okay? Leads us into the Flettner rotors, which replaced the Anton Flettner, okay, or he was the German engineer who built this boat on the right, okay, mounted the horizontally wings, okay, and so when the airplane moved forward, the Flettner rotors generated the lift through the Magnus effect. Flettner airplanes were successful, but failed in the ability to glide if the rotors lost power. So the airplane couldn't glide because there was nothing keeping its lift up. Which leads us into the Bernoulli effect. Okay, if you've ever watched when you have a small canal and you have a small opening in its wall, okay, the water that's going to go to that opening is going to be rushing, or at least it appears to be rushing through that opening a lot faster than as it's flowing outside. And that's just because of the Bernoulli effect. It decreases in lateral pressure exerted by a moving fluid as the fluid speeds increases. This is the gentleman that came up with it. Okay? Daniel Bernoulli. And just an example of it, a wider section will travel more quickly in the narrow portion. Okay? This also happens in the carburetor of a car or some of an engine, where the air comes in and it gets forced through a small canal, okay, that allows more air to get in and allows the fluid to be able to be pumped quicker through the car. An airbrush works the same way. Okay, so air is coming up, forcing the paint to be coming out that little pinhole of the airbrush and being able to spray out there. So it's coming out at a force. Okay. Okay, that's going to conclude this chapter. So you have review 4.5. Okay. We're not going to get to quiz 9 today. And we're going to do quiz 9 tomorrow. That will be open book quiz. Pay attention. Open book quiz tomorrow, quiz 9. Make sure that 4.5, make sure that 4.2, 4.3, 4.4, and 4.5 are done. Get them done. Don't be procrastinator. Get it done, and then you don't have to worry about it. Once we do our quiz, we're going to start our test tomorrow. Our test is our first quarter test. So it's a little longer, and the test is open book also. That'll probably be finished on Monday. Okay, finished on Monday. Okay, so that's it for today. You got about 9 minutes before class is out. the time-wise. So work on 4.5 and get that turned in. DLs, have a great day. See you again, same channel, same station, same moi tomorrow. Okay? Bye.
All right, we're in Algebra 1. What we're doing today is we're reviewing 3.1 and 3.2 because there have been some questions on it, so we're going to go through those sections. I've already demonstrated here in class the sample of how to get a table out of this. Now we're going to look at how to graph it. So we're going to take this one step at a time. Basically, what I'm offering is a one-time offer. If you are missing work and I gave you either a zero slip or you know you haven't turned it in yet, as long as you get it to me by tomorrow, I'll count it. Okay? This is a one-time offer. Past that late work is not accepted. So we are going through and reviewing concepts today. This is from 3.1. This is question number 8, but it doesn't tell us to graph number 8, and I'm just picking the same problem to make things easier. Okay. So let's go ahead and set up our graph. We have x, and we'll make this y. Why not? All right. I think I said it backwards. That was y and x. Yeah, I realize it now. Real quick note, because I did see this on at least one person's work, but let's make sure we're facing the front, paying attention, and taking advantage of this opportunity. Okay. One thing to note, make sure your lines are on grid lines. If they're not on grid lines, you're not doing it right. Like, your intersection should be at the intersection of two grid lines. So that way everything is the correct spacing apart, so that way your lines actually end up straight. Okay, cool. Then, we are at -1 and x, so that is, oh, I can do this. -1 and x is here, okay? And then I'm going to y equals 5. So I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and right there is where I'm going to put, why is that a different color? One, two, three, four. Right there is where I'm going to put my point. Okay? So that's the first point. I should be on the screen. There should be no communication. Okay? I'm actually going out of my way, doing something for you guys, and then you guys start talking to each other. I don't understand. Okay. So this right here is -1, 5, and it is one of our many points. All right? I'm going to go ahead and remove that so it's not in the way of the graph later. Then, all right, hold on. What do they call this tool? Nope. Please stop. There we go. Trying to figure out the shortcuts on here, but anyway, all right, that's not working. All right, so now we're at 0x, okay, so we're neither left nor right, okay? Then we go up 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's where we're going to plot our point. Okay? Then we have 1, so we're going to be at 1 and x, and we're going to go up 3. 1, 2, 3. We're going to plot our point here. Then what we're going to do, we're going to connect those 3 dots with a single line. Whoops, and right at the end I lifted up my pen too much. Ugh. There we go. All right, so this right here, you'll have to go up to the office. All right, y equals -x plus 4, and now our graph is finished. Okay, you get one line. We plotted 3 points, and they all lined up perfectly.
Oh.
So if you set up your grid correctly and actually put the intersection at an intersection of grids, okay, and you count correctly, and you've done your math correctly, if it doesn't line up in a straight line, you have not done it correctly.
Oh, this is what
Your line cannot bend.
Wait, so like with x, let's say you instead of choosing -1, 0, and 1, you were to choose like -1, 5, and 2.
Yeah, then you would just have plotted, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You would have plotted this point, and 2, you would have plotted this point, but you'd still get the same line. The line is how you're graded, not your points. The points are just how you find the line.
So if I accidentally make the line
Yeah. Line up your stuff. Okay. Can't. No, they're not. Adrian. Can't draw, and yet I can get straight lines on this thing. I could do it with a ruler and freehand if needed. Okay, if y'all really don't believe me. Okay, if you line up your stuff correctly, there's no problem here. All right. That's basically it. That was 3.1, guys. All right, any other questions on 3.1 before we move on to 3.2?
No, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, can we return home that 20 on these? And that sucks.
This line is as straight as a circle.
I tell you what, I will accept resubmissions on this homework.
On 3.1?
It has to be turned in tomorrow, yes.
Okay.
3.1, 3.2, that's everything except 3.1a, because, yeah.
Can I see my grade? What? Like,
Huh?
check it after class?
You can check it on Google Classroom.
Oh, Ricky's phone is on.
What you need? Oh, you're talking about 3.1a? Tell you what, you can resubmit 3.1a too if you want. Why do you need hand sanitizer in the middle of class? I don't understand. No. No. Nope. Bring that back. You're not supposed to be eating in my class. Thanks. Yeah, me too. All right. 3.2. All right, listen up. The whole point of 3.2 is finding intercepts so we don't have to create a table. It's to skip the table part. Okay, we're learning several methods of doing the same thing. The end goal is still a line on a grid. Does that make sense? That's the same goal. The only difference is now I'm going to find where it hits the x-axis, and where it hits the y-axis, so that way I can just connect the 2 points and be done. All right, does that make sense? So that's all we're doing. So in 3.2, let's say I have 4x minus 3y equal to 12. I could go through and solve for y and then make a table. Or I can go through and find the intercepts. So to find the x-intercept, that's where y equals 0. Gentlemen, can I help you?
We're looking for a basketball.
Okay, I'm in the middle of class. They're all up here. Okay? But you guys shouldn't be interrupting my class to come get a basketball. If you guys want a basketball, you take it out with you.
Sorry about that.
Thank you. Go. Those I think are the team. Oh, you know, he mentioned those are flat.
This one's better. This one's
Okay.
nice. Sorry about that.
Then we also find the y-intercept where x is equal to 0. Okay, it's always the opposite one because that's where it's going to cross that axis. Okay, does that make sense? So that's the goal. So in the first one, I'm going to plug in 4x minus 3 times 0 equals 12. I'm choosing to make y 0 here.
Okay, so when you're doing this, you choose what y is instead.
Essentially, on this one. Okay? So then 3 times 0 is 0. So we end up with 4x equals 12. There's no actual math there. It's just me not writing the redundant stuff.
So
3 times 0 is 0.
is that the whole problem?
No, we're not done.
I was thinking, what
Then we're going to divide both sides by 4, and x is equal to 3. Now, because x is equal to 3, that means we have the point 3, 0, because we chose y to be 0 in the first place. So that's going to be one of our points, is 3, 0. Okay?
What if we were to choose y to be 2 or 1? Can we do that?
It's the intercept. You have to make it 0.
Oh.
That's why that one.
Okay. Then in the y-intercept, we're making x 0. So 4 times 0 minus 3y is equal to 12. Well, this just makes negative 3y equals 12 because 0 doesn't do anything. Does that make sense? Yeah. Okay. So we're going to divide both sides by negative 3 because we have to get rid of that negative. Y is equal to then negative 4. And so at 0x, because that's what we chose, y is negative 4. And so those are our 2 points that we can put on the graph. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go through and graph it.
Hey, can you stress?
Yes.
Did Gabby ace this class? Because whenever the problem she helps me in, I always get them wrong.
Are you listening to what she's telling you?
Yeah.
Just asking. All right, so we have 3, 0. Okay. So I'm going to start here. Now, which way am I moving?
Right.
Right, because it's positive and it's in the X slot. Yeah. So we have 1, 2, 3. That's where I'm going to plot my point. Okay. Then I have 0, -4. So I'm going to start at 0 and move down 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, and plot my point. Then at this point, all I have to do is connect my dots with a ruler. Whoops, I missed. I'll just do the double line thing. You don't even see the difference. Okay. So then again, we label it with the original equation, which was 4x minus, wait, where is it? 3y equals 12. Okay? That's how we handle this. Okay? But we're able to just do it based on just the intercepts, which can save you time in certain problems with graphing. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
That's all 3.2 is. All right. Are there any other questions?
Can you go up just like, can you go up?
Yeah. And yes. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay, so on the right side you choose what x is in?
Yes. We're doing one of each because we want to find where does it hit the axis.
Okay.
So it's super easy to find the point.
If both of them hit the axis, isn't it? Wait, the axis is in the middle, right?
The axes are the lines you draw. So we're finding where it hits the x-axis, which is this line, and where it hits the y-axis, which is this line.
Okay.
So in order for it to hit the y-axis, x has to be 0.
Yeah.
In order for it to hit the x-axis, y has to be 0.
Okay.
Yes?
Can you do practice 10?
Number 10? Where x minus y equals 4?
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure I have the right problem. Okay, so we have x minus y equals 4. So if I start out looking for the x-intercept where y is 0, okay, then we're going to have x minus 0 equals 4, which makes x 4. Super easy. Okay, so we got 4, 0. Okay, for the y-intercept, where x is equal to 0, we're going to have 0 minus y equals 4. So I end up with negative y equals 4 or y equals negative 4. Okay, that you still have to deal with the negative. So we end up with 0, negative 4. So then when I go through and set up my grid,
Why is there 0 on the x?
that's the whole point, is we're choosing x to be 0. This is y, this is x. Okay. We have 4, 0, which means I'm going to start here and go to the right 1, 2, 3, 4. And then I have 0, negative 4, which means I'm going to start here and I'll go down 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, right there. Okay. And then all we do is connect the dots.
That's a nice line.
Oops.
Very nice
Rip.
line,
The dots are a little off. That's why the line isn't exactly hitting them. The line is snapping to the grid. Okay, because I'm exaggerating my dots to make it clearer on screen. All right, does that make sense?
What about number 17?
We just did 17. Like that was the one we did earlier.
What?
There's 17. Hi.
Can you go up to number 25, please?
25?
Yeah.
Okay. We have x plus 2y is equal to 0. So for the x-intercept, y is equal to 0. Okay? So that means that x plus 2 times 0 is equal to 0, which means x equals 0. So the point 0, 0. Spoiler alert, same thing's going to happen with the y-intercept. Zero halves is still 0.
Alright, yeah.
Okay.
So I did it and I thought I got that.
I told you when that happens, you have to adjust because you need 2 points. Okay, so what we do is we basically just pick another value for x or y. Okay, I'm going to pick x equals 2. Okay, so whoops. Now, I'm purposely picking this because it's going to make the math super easy. That just means that. So at x equals 2, I'm going to say 2 plus 2y is equal to 0. Subtract 2 from both sides. 2y is equal to negative 2. Y equals negative 1. So I will have the point 2, negative 1 as my other point. I only need to find one more point. Does that make sense?
You just found like 3 points.
These two are the same.
Ones.
0, 0, and 0, 0 are the exact same. Since I need 2 different points in order to be able to plot a line, I grabbed a different number.
Okay. Oh, so if it
This is
doesn't
basically where I would start grabbing a table.
Okay, so if it doesn't work with 0, then you use other numbers.
Why'd you put out?
Because at x equals 2. It's not an intercept. It's just that's where I am. I'm choosing x to be 2.
It's like that.
Okay? So let's go ahead and graph it. So we have our grid. Again, notice my lines are directly on grid lines. My intersection is directly on an intersection of grid lines. I have arrows, and I'm labeling x and y. All of that's important. Okay. Then I'm going to start at 0, 0. Well, that's easy to find. Okay, there we go. That's plugged in. And then I need to find the other point I found because it wasn't an option. So I said at x equals 2, y equals negative 1. So I'm going to mark right here. Make sense? And at this point, we connect the dots. And x plus 2y equals 0.
Okay.
That was 3.2.
Wow. I'm a dumb frick.
Wait, that number, what was that number?
This is 25? Yeah.
So,
Yeah,
what time
because-
do we have to return this all in by tomorrow? Like what time?
Beginning of school.
What?
8:45.
Morning?
The reason.
By the time this class starts, how about that?
Alright. Yeah, the reason why I asked for 25 is when I did it, when I got both of them for 0, I didn't know what to do after that.
Yeah, that was actually our last example we did on page 99. Huh?
Can I throw away this lip there?
No, keep it.
Look at these.
So you know what to do.
Well, see.
Like, that's a question.
Yeah.
Like, work, like, let's say this, I got a bad grade, can I still do it, to get half the credit?
Again, if you would like to resubmit anything from 3.1 or anything from 3.2, you may. Review 3.2 is review from previous chapters. So, or actually, correction, 7 through 12, that's a review from 3.1 in the review 3.2 exercises. And then 1 through 6, that's from chapter 2. Okay, so you guys have to go back there and look at it. Give him back his stuff.
It's not his.
It's not even-
Derek said I could have math class. He just said Douglas so that you could have it in math class.
Okay, then bring it up here.
What? Okay, I won't.
Okay. We good?
Yeah.
All right, so that's the homework tonight. I do not. There we go. That makes sense.
I would like to resubmit something. Oh wait, the answers are literally on the screen, so I can go back to the answers.
What?
Is this still YouTube? Isn't this still YouTube, the same YouTube channel?
It's still the class thing, yeah.
Troubleshooting.
Turn it into me tomorrow. What time does this class start? 12:40?
120. No, 140 is 120.
That's when it ends.
Yeah, 120.
Yeah, I'm asking about start.